Greetings and salutations.
Live long and prosper.
What's that?
I'm going to start the music early. I lowered the music a little bit volume-wise.
All right.
I don't hear it very well if it's not past a certain point, but one of our listeners was letting me know that he couldn't hear us talking very well because of the music.
All right.
So I told him that if that happens next time, just let us know and we'll fix it. Wow, we've dropped from 2 viewers to 1 viewer. Oh, back up to 2.
Yay!
All right.
Hey, friends!
The colors: Ultramarine Blue, Burnt Umber, Pyrrole Red, Cadmium Orange, Cadmium Yellow Dark, and Titanium White. Titanium White.
And they're all golden colors, correct?
All golden open. Yeah.
Yeah. Yay! What do I win?
The key with golden open, for those who haven't been listening, but everybody likes listening, right?
Golden
slow drying acrylics.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've been able to make use of the slow drying. A lot of it has been kind of getting in the way because it needs to dry quicker for me to go on to the next step. Because I keep playing with it while it's still wet.
Well, never mind. I'll keep it PG. See what I did there? I put up a filter, man. I'm getting better.
Alright, so mostly I'll be mixing what I've already got there.
This doesn't sound like wings. Give it time. I'll find something. No.
Hard to decide which colors to keep.
Do a little ELO. Get some Mr. Blue Skies kicking. Yeah.
I think pretty much that's enough for everything.
We will see.
I'm quite fond of this little brush.
Very cool. Bring it on. Woohoo!
You know, I'm trying to wipe it off, but I think I'm going to have to. It's part of it. You want to have too much of the rolling effect.
All right.
I get in the veins. In veins for wings. They're all kind of spider webbish.
Right. It's all in vain. See what I did there? Play on words. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Say no more.
Our moms will be proud.
That was a shout out to Minor Python. Bing, 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 bing. All right. Got my little screen over here set up so I can watch what's going on. Yeah, yeah. Even though I have a screen in front of me. That's all good. Not a sponsor. It's delicious. For sure.
At a certain Pepsi product again.
Was that?
So is that a certain Pepsi product again?
Yes, it is. It's a green flavored carbonated beverage.
It's green flavored?
Yeah, it tastes just like green, man. Artificial green, even.
Green flavored.
Yep. Yep.
That's the type of metaphor. This is the type of symbolism description.
I didn't hear the last thing you said.
Oh, I'm just mumbling nonsense too.
That's all right. I do it all night. That's what I do all night long, man. Mumble nonsense. But it works. Bing, 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 bing. Lazy ass dog. Always laying up on my bed. Every time I get in here, she jumps up on the bed and she's like, this is my shit. A little bitty dog, but she manages to position herself while I'm sleeping where she's pushing me off the bed, man. And every time I move, bam, she's right up against me. It's like, damn, shit the hell out of the way. What's up? We're going to move you this way just a tad. There we go. Now you can see my beautiful face. No, don't leave. Don't leave. I was just playing. You want me to put the doll back in the bucket? Yeah. Is that better? Yeah. Haha, you're stuck with me. Bing, 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 bing. So mad. My alien xenomorph, his teeth are supposed to extend. He's got like 2 sets of teeth, but they're stuck in there, man. I can't get them out. What the hell, man? I mean, he still looks cool, but he's gotta have that. You know what I'm saying, man? Is this thing on? Hello? Testies, 1, 2. Just these 1, 2. Got any veins, man?
What?
I said, got any veins, man?
Got any what?
Veins? It's from a messed up cartoon I watched a long time ago. What was it? The Brothers Grunt? Or something like that? Real shout out cartoon.
But it's no wonder I don't get the reference.
Yeah, no, you know. Somebody out there will, eventually. Maybe. Yeah.
So the only really good thing about having this transparent, semi-transparent brown while I'm doing the veins is that I can do these kind of, they're lines, but they're light lines.
Right on.
And they shouldn't take too awful long to dry. So I should be able to come back into them.
All right.
With
I hope
other hues. So I won't be using brown for this whole time. I'm using brown as a base and so that I get a pattern to follow.
Right on.
Well, also probably should notice, or anyone that's watching that wants to learn should notice, that the veins are thicker closer to the body, closer to the muscle.
Right.
So anything that's coming off of here will be darker as it comes off of here and get lighter as it goes out to the wing.
Kill me.
Because of course it's more transparent.
This is the end. Beautiful friend, the end. Yeah. And the killer walked before dawn and he with his boots on. He grabbed the face from the 18th gallery and he crept on down the hall. Yeah. And he came to a door and he
Veins need to be thicker, but they don't need to be that thick.
Veins are funny that way. Brett says, one of my students was showing me a piece she was working on for our art class. It was pretty cool. I showed her some of your last video, and she said you do too much, and she could never do that.
What?
Let me clear my throat. Oh. He said, one of my students. Oh. You meant why couldn't she do that?
Well, yeah, the whole I do too much thing, like, I'm not even close. I guess we all find what we're trying to do. And that may not be the same as what somebody thinks it should be.
Yeah, in a nutshell, she was impressed.
Yeah, it's art's a journey. I'm still not where I want to be yet, you know.
You will get there one day, young Skywalker.
I don't want to get there. It sounds kind of, I don't know, antithetical, but it's not the end of the journey that is the goal. It's the journey itself.
Right. And you're always learning something different. Right. New technique, new style, whatever.
I have had the fortune of talking to some of the best painters in the industry. I can't do what they do.
Right.
And every time that someone thinks that I'm that awesome, it's humbling in one way. And then another way, I want to tell them, I just worked hard. You can do it. You know?
Yeah.
I don't believe that there's anybody that can't draw a picture, even a portrait or whatever.
Right.
It's just the amount of time that they're willing and the amount of patience that they're willing to give to it. Some people are willing to give a lot of time and patience to it. Some people are not willing to give all that much time or patience to it.
Right.
Usually, they kind of go hand in hand.
Well, I mean, a lot of people are like instant gratification. I mean, that seems to be
more and more. More and more nowadays, that's for sure.
I blame technology, damn it.
I also hear a lot of people are afraid of AI.
We told this student we've been working at this for years. She agreed. She said it shows in your work.
Well, that's a compliment, and I thank her for that.
Yeah.
Well, I certainly by no means think that I'm any grand master. I'm just enough advanced that I can share some techniques that somebody might be able to take to the next level.
Right.
You know? And I've got this disclaimer that I post every video that says, this is not the only way to do this. This is my way.
Right.
There are plenty of ways, and there are arguably plenty of better ways. So I realized I bought this, the number 2 liner.
Right on.
And never even broke it open and used it. And now I'm doing the veins, which really should be better with a liner than a small round.
Right on.
That's why I keep wiping the edges up of the small round, because it's really too thick to do the job I wanted to do. I wasn't super worried about it because even all this tint that I put in already, I'm going to come in and put a little yellows over this to separate the veins.
Right on.
So this is actually a base coat for the next layer. It's what's coming through from the moon. It's kind of where I'm deciding, you know.
Mm-hmm. I got you, man.
Now this liner. Yeah, see, you do a much better job, much cleaner.
Yeah, Steve should be here next month.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
To be decided. Nah, it'll be a good thing. You're so negative all the time, man.
No, he needs some positive then.
Well, yeah. I try to be positive, but he's like, you just don't know.
Oh, yeah, some people are black holes.
I feel like telling him, bitch, I know. Shoot, I'm the king of bad luck, but you know what? I'm still smiling. I'm still positive because one day it's all going to come back to me. In this life or next.
And see, that's the difference, is that you've got to be a believer.
Right.
Like, it doesn't matter whether you believe in God, for what I'm talking about. You've got to be a believer. You've got to know that it's worth it. That what you're doing is more than something else. You know, for a reason.
Right.
And even if you believe that it's what I'm doing is for the good of people around me or whatever, it's a small group, your belief in the edification of those people, that's a strength, you know?
Oh, hey, I got some news, man. Remember last year I was talking about giving blood and donating? One blood shot me a text today, actually. My blood was going to Florida Hospital. There was a patient in need of my type blood, and they use it on them. I mean, I saved a life, and that's awesome.
That is awesome.
Yeah, it's
pretty awesome that they told you too. I mean, they didn't have to, certainly.
Right
you
on.
know. I would imagine that's gonna make you feel better.
Definitely, man. I like hearing stuff like this. I guess that's a new thing they started doing now, though. I mean, once your blood gets shipped to someone who needs it, they'll let you know. So, yeah, that's cool, man. It made me feel all kinds of good, you know. Makes me want to go back out and do it again, but I've got to wait till next month. Bing, 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 bing.
Probably should have started with the liner.
What's that, dude?
I said I probably should have started with this liner.
Well, you know, it's a learning process.
Well, yeah, I knew this was going to happen at some point. You know, I was going to have to come in with the liner.
Right on.
But I was hoping it would be a little bit longer before I came in with the liner because I'm going to have to go back over these lines, and this liner can lay down some thin lines. So, as you notice a little bit, some of these are darker.
Yeah.
And that implies that some of them are capillaries and not main veins.
Right, yeah.
So that's my reasoning behind it, in case anyone was wondering. As usual, I've got to turn the painting. I gotta have to replace a pair of curtains because every time I turn this, the other end hooks the pair of curtains and moves them. And you know, there's like a level, certain amount down that just creates a different color paint. Yeah, that's probably.
That's all right, man. You ought to get you like the bottom of the Lazy Susan and like put a flat piece of board on it so you can turn your painting a lot easier.
Well, you know, if I just put it on a freaking easel, then I could use my maul stick and I wouldn't have to worry about all this turning.
Right on.
Most of the turning that I'm doing is to get at it at an angle so that I can pull away a little bit, but so that you can see what I'm doing too.
Right on.
If I wasn't filming this, I wouldn't be doing nearly as much acrobatics with the painting as I am.
Right on.
I almost feel like I have to go at a certain angle. For one way and then go at a different angle for another way.
Yeah.
And then there's the whole paintbrush sword fighting with the camera boom.
We have one more. Hi, new viewer. How goes it?
Probably it's not Joe.
I'm not sure who it is. Not yet. I just saw it on my feed. So hi. Come on in, we don't bite. Say hi.
Figured out that way again so that it's not super bright on that end, but now you really can't see it because the plate's in the way and I'm painting on this end.
Yeah, I saw it.
Just change the whole direction of that vein. Trying to wipe the tin and it just changed the whole direction. Like I said before, we really want veins to only be thick where they're going in or whether it's a main vein.
Right. You ain't supposed to be painting that, man. Oh ho ho. Boom, boom, boom.
I let my patron know we were finishing pretty much tonight.
See.
I do not know if he's watching. He could be. As you know, the numbers aren't reflected on the R gauge.
Right.
You could maybe see the numbers more accurately or better. If you got a YouTube window open. I don't. Because every time I have a YouTube window open, I get an echo because I can hear that also.
Right. It's showing we have 3 viewers. The big 3. Hey man, I love them odd numbers, man. Wonder if Dan will be stopping in later.
Well, if he sees we're on, he's probably watching.
Right on.
But he's not guaranteed to comment.
Right.
Here's the pattern to the veins to a point.
Right on.
It's a pattern that's similar to trees.
Happy little trees?
Well, trees, if the branches go up, they all go up.
Right.
If the branches go down, they all go down. There's no, kind of halfway about it. If you find trees with the branches reaching up, whether they go out and reach up or whatever, they all do that same type of growth. And veins usually, the veins and bat wings are normally going down. So they're going down this way or they're going down this way, see?
Right.
I can paint them going up because it's still the same line going down. You just have to keep an eye on where the emphasis is.
Yeah.
I'm off the screen again. Thanks for telling me.
Oh, hey, you're off the screen again. Don't mention it.
Oh, you didn't.
No. Oops. Sorry. I just got a text. I'm sorry, man.
Was it a good text?
Usually are. Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Share it with the rest of the class.
It ain't that good. All right, Brett, you go ahead and get that dinner, man. I'll see you when you get back. Yeah, bam. You're still doing battle with that camera, man.
Yeah, because I don't have a whole lot of space, and
Right on.
I've got this big long brush handle. That's hitting.
Right on. Yeah. Ha. Gotta make round soon, brother. We got a new guy in the chat, man.
That's Master Dan.
Damien. Yes, sir. What's going on, man?
He's a mod in a lot of other comic states.
Groovy. I'm Schmo, son of Schmoden. Nice to meet you, man. All right. Very cool. Yeah. All right, man. Cool. Peace, man. Promoting. It's what he does. Oh, yeah. Very cool. Very cool.
Well, you remember when I said mods have the ability to post links and stuff?
Yeah. Well, that's
One of the
good.
things he does for promoting his.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Cool, man. What happened? Did
No.
I fall?
My painting wanted to try to kick out a very important component.
The sinner.
See the veins? Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, man.
Past Master Dan, you still there? You're gone, aren't you? You just popped in to say hi.
Yeah, man. He said he check you. You're like promoting. It's what I do. Check it. Peace. What? There was a problem? What? There we go. Don't mess with me like that. Very cool, man. People pop in and just be like, hey, what's up? Yeah.
Yeah, especially comic skaters, because he's probably between like 10 different broadcasts or something.
Oh, wow.
He mods a lot of different shows.
Well, that's very cool. Very cool, man.
Yeah, he actually followed early. He was one of the earlier ones.
Wow, very moving.
But I haven't seen him talk. Like, this is the first time I've seen him say anything in the channel. But that doesn't mean he hasn't stopped by working or whatever, but
Right on.
he said he's a pretty busy guy, so.
Yeah.
Ah, where do I go? Especially when you don't know how dry something is.
No. My phone's being stupid.
He also does that, I'm pretty sure. I love that you're so excited to be here every night.
Hey man, I just love it here. It's almost like being at home. Look, my daughter. Must check this message. Bing, 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 yeah. And I am black. You have my, well, almost undivided attention. Almost. You sneak something real quick. I ain't going anywhere. Just a little fixing here. Oh, no. There you go. We're having technical difficulties with this light. There we go. What did you know? Yeah. All right. I believe I got it fixed now. Yeah, no problem. Hooray! Yay me! Yay! Pat myself on the shoulder. I'm back. All right, good job, man. Oh, I think I scared everybody away. I think I'm the only viewer, man. What's up, Joe? Not much, Joe. How you doing? Oh, man, I'm great. Thanks for coming out tonight. Hey, no problem, man. I had to come out and check on you and my boy Rich, man. You guys do great work out there. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Kind of reminded me of my childhood.
Trying to remind me of my childhood. My child.
I was born a poor black child. Yeah.
So this is not brown again. This is a brown and red that I'm going through everything with.
All right.
Because there's a bit more light.
You're getting dangerously close to getting lost behind your name, man.
Brush or just me?
Your hand in general.
I see. Thanks for letting me know.
No problem, man. That's what I'm here for. I got your back, yo. That guy right there. The dude over there with the paintbrush in his hand. All right. Mike, we're gonna get your brother up here. Get some alchemy in the mix. Woohoo! Meet the Ulrich brothers. Yay! We tried to bring her mother back to life. He lost his arm and his leg. Me, I lost my whole body. And now I'm just a pseudo armor. Dumb deal. That's the story of Full Metal Alchemist in a nutshell.
Welcome back.
What's up, Brett? And he's back. Ding, 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 ding. We're playing musical toys. Who's that Pokemon?
What the hell? Trying to figure out why it won't, why it's not in the camera. When it was in the camera at the opening, now it's push it all the way off the table to get in the camera.
I had to make room for my mug. Oh shoot! I can almost see the whole painting. Nah, too boring. You're gonna have to come over here. There we go. This is better. Ichigo from Bleach. Yeah, man. Full hollow mode. That's what I'm talking about, man. Yes, I'm a nerd.
You talking to someone that's just tuning in?
No, I'm talking to everybody who's listening, or anybody who's listening.
Guess what I'm saying is, like, who's surprised?
I'm not. I've never been a closet nerd. I've always kind of kept it out there, you know. Constantly dropping my lane over and over again.
I've always felt that anyone has the right to like whatever they like.
That's it, man.
Now, that doesn't mean that I have to like what they like, but
No. But hey, do you?
I definitely feel that everybody has the right to.
Right.
You know, that is actually the headbanger mentality, right?
Yeah, man.
You can like, I'll fight for you to like your fucking boy bands or whatever. You have every right to like whatever you want to like, but
Right. Don't
So
mean
do
I
I.
got one.
so do I.
Yeah.
Okay?
I say, yeah, it don't mean I gotta like it, but hey, do you, man? We get
Right.
along. Just don't try to push that shit on me.
I actually had that discussion with a kid because she tried to. I don't know why. I don't know what the benefit is in trying to do that in the first place, but the kid was like trying to say One Direction. It was about One Direction because Kate was super into One Direction for a little while.
All right.
And he was like, well, Niall should die because he said something disrespectful about the lead singer of, I can't remember, it's a metal band, like a death metal band.
All right.
Suicide Silence,
All right.
because the lead singer died. And he was like claiming that music is crap because the singer said this or whatever. And I'm like, first of all, you can like whatever the hell you want to, but my
Yeah.
daughter can like whatever the fuck she wants to too.
Exactly.
And I don't like it. That's not my thing. But
Right.
if it's her thing, gets put off her ass.
Mhm.
Second of all, she don't speak for the singer.
Right
You
on.
got a problem with whatever the singer said, take it up with the singer, or don't listen to his music. You don't listen to his music anyway? Well, shut the fuck up then.
Yeah, why should it bother you?
I suspect that was bullshit anyway. Just somebody wanting to throw hate on a boy band.
Right, right.
Because, boy bands get super popular and they get all the girls and all that. Well, like Dave Mustaine said a long, long time ago, you don't get into metal for the girls.
Right.
You don't,
Yeah.
you don't go to a metal show to meet girls.
Right.
That's not to say that there ain't no girls at the metal shows. There's a lot more now than there used to be.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But if that's the reason you're going for all the wrong reasons.
Exactly.
And Kate outgrew One Direction. surprised, but she had every right to like it, you know.
Right on. Yeah.
That was a big thing for me, and that's what I was kind of saying. Like, that's a headbanger mentality, and it was a headbanger. I had to straighten out on it, you know, and that was really weird. I shouldn't have to tell you that you shouldn't have to fight to listen to what you want to listen to.
Right on.
That's what we've been doing forever. You know, that's exactly it, really. If you think about it, that's the core of this country's problem right now. Nobody has to fight for anything. They've all been handed it.
Yep. Here's your participation ribbon.
They got nothing to do but complain about what they don't yet have given to them.
Right.
I don't know. I guess I'll never really be that place.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about, brother.
So on this wing, I'm doing far less of what I did on this wing for vein work.
All right.
And the reason is because that's subsurface scattering, which means if you hold your hand up to a light, anytime you hold your hand up to a light, you can see through your flesh.
Yeah.
You can see the veins and stuff. That's what's going on with these wings. It's the subsurface scattering that's making you see them. As we get further this way,
less
the smaller
light
veins are less prominent. Yep.
Right on.
There's a couple of spots that need to have some. Apparently, I've got to darken some of this red. This is the perfect brush for doing that.
Yeah.
I'm going to darken some of this red so that later on, within the same video, I can do the same thing with that light blue.
Exactly.
So now I'm going to do a couple little spots through here.
All right.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Oh no, it's really, looks really kind of light, but it's not. No, it's not so light here. Nah, no. See, that's just because I made a decision where I wanted to start on this lane. Which is really completely arbitrary so long as you follow the rules of it's going one direction, it has to go that direction.
Right.
All the way. these veins can be less prominent.
My laundry is almost done. Hooray. I'm busy as hell today, man. I was a plumber, a dishwasher, a cook, laundry master. Yeah, man. I'm a jack of all trades, master of none.
You're a jack of what?
All trades. Get your mind out of the gutter, man.
That'd be like that video we watched with Mario that the chick couldn't pay. I was a plumber.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the camera adjusts to no light from it.
Oh.
You see those veins better in here now.
Yeah, man.
It looks so much different in person than it does on camera. So, we'll try the other light and see if it'll compensate this time or if it just is a dark, ooey thing for a minute.
Right. Oh,
There we go.
Yeah, man.
That's what it should have done last time.
I know.
So,
I wonder why it went black like it. Or
I don't know. I have no idea. Like, maybe it didn't have time to compensate, or
I don't know.
not a sponsor.
That was my line, man. I said it first. This is the show sponsored by not a sponsor.
You're right. My Amazon.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Oh, Amazon Associates is the program that it's called. That's when I link people to the tools that I'm using. If they go through those links and order something, I get like $1 or something like that.
Oh, right.
50 cents or it doesn't matter, but it helps maybe pay for some inks or paints or whatever. Anything that helps is help, you know.
Right on.
I am certainly not a wealthy guy.
No,
Right.
you kid.
What's that?
You kid. You joke. You're not wealthy? Damn.
I'm rich, but I'm not wealthy.
Damn. Well, there goes that question.
Oh, that's not good.
Still not a sponsor.
Oh, I did not like that. This
Oh
fine
no.
tip brush blade. Can't do that because
Just like grown.
I don't know what that groan was for. There's so many things we've said.
I know.
There's so many things that earned a groan.
Be more specific.
So I realized I also bought this brush.
All right.
Haven't used it. One of those more expensive brushes.
They got to get broke in sometime.
#1 round, which is actually bigger than some of the other rounds that I've got.
Oh, we grown that I'm rich, but I'm not wealthy.
Well, that's a fact. I'm trying to distinguish that maybe people don't understand.
Still growing.
All the time, people are like, "Oh, I wish I was rich." I'm like, "No, you just wish you were wealthy because being rich ain't no fun."
But I'm boom. Woohoo. And that's called a rim shot, not a rim job. It's mine's out of the game.
Well, like that could still be a rim shot too, though.
Wouldn't that be a donkey punch? No. All right. Sorry, YouTube.
This is actually orange, not yellow that I'm going over this with.
All right.
I'm trying to kind of reinforce the veins. I gotta admit, a little bit timid about just going in with that bright yellow, which, you know, I could always thin out or whatever, but in this really dark background, it almost seems like it'd be maybe too much.
I'm sorry, you got lost there for a minute.
Got lost or I got low?
Your voice trailed off.
I say it because this is a dark background. Yellow seems like it might be a little bit much to put in the wings like that.
Right.
But it may not, you know, so I'm gonna do a test shot where the moon comes through.
Right on. You
Because
could always over it, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying is like I could always blend it a little bit.
Right on.
I don't. That's a lot of extra work if I don't have to.
Yeah. Three-legged dog walks in the bar. Says, "I'm looking for the man who shot my paw." That was it. That was a joke. I was amused. I don't care. Well, I think we just lost all our viewers.
Everybody ran.
Sorry, guys. Wouldn't pick that lame up. I dropped it. Sorry.
You're leaning back.
I need to keep that shit on their chain, man.
But if you don't, then you can always say your lane is off the chain.
Aha.
Which by proxy means mine is too.
Hey, it's a chain reaction. Oh, my cheeks, my stomach. Oh, oh.
Tom always said bring this, bring this.
Excuse me. Look, they must have heard my apology because they came back. Thanks, guys. I really didn't mean. Well, it's about that time for my nightly disappearance, but I shall return. Gonna go give the kids a call early. So I'll be back, yo. You guys keep him company, man. Not good to living by yourself.
Or by myself with Cthulhu. And nobody's talking. Y'all see what's going on in this wing here? I'm leaving a part of it alone for the yellow. I'm creating some of the capillaries in what I don't paint. And the cool thing is, the whole time, this is done in the plan.
Yay! What's up, yo? I'm back. Couldn't get a hold of her, man.
You done already?
Nah, she's probably playing Fortnite. Blink, and then oh shit. Very cool.
Just realized today that Logan is about the age that I was when I became his father.
Wow. Weird.
Yes, the weird things that you think of, right?
Right? But then you're like, damn, I'm twice the age I was when I had you. Almost.
Well, pretty much. He's just born in October.
Right on. Yeah, I agree. That's always scary. Yeah. I agree.
I'm going to zoom in here for a second, and I got to take a break to lift. I'm wearing a sweatshirt, and it's getting really hot. So.
All right. Very cool, man. It's got that leathery look to it almost.
That's good. I didn't think about texturing it, but I guess maybe it does look a little bit textured like that. What I'm thinking about is bringing out the small capillaries without actually painting them. I'm painting around them.
Right on.
Some of the lines I started in brown and let fade light or fade out.
Right.
I'm coming back to stepping off to the side here and sticking this sweatshirt on.
All right. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. He's stripping on camera, off camera. It's live. Live nude Rich.
Yeah, that's see what we do. Scare people off.
Damn, there go all our viewers. Come back, I was playing.
Instead, yeah, and it's not even true. I wasn't stripping. I just took my own sweatshirt off. I'm getting to the point where I'm becoming hot and sticky. And it's already, because of the type of acrylics and because I'm using a thinning agent, or have been using a thinning agent,
Yeah.
it makes everything a little bit stickier.
Uh-huh.
So like with the humidity, it'll make that a little bit stickier until it's fully 100% dry, and it's been everything but steady weather lately. It's been rainy, it's been overcast, it's been threatening, it's been not, you know.
So
It's been
not
sunny, it's been everything it could be, really.
right on. I can dig that.
That definitely affects the paint.
Right.
This is why I didn't do the wings last time. I knew it was going to be long.
It's all right, man.
Imagine if I would tried to start these last time.
Oh, yeah. We'd have been there till 6 o'clock in the morning. Unfinished.
Yeah, I'd have been there until 6 o'clock in the morning, but I can't guarantee I'd be finished.
Right on.
I want to watch Sisu, and I can either rent it for $20 or buy it for $25.
All right.
I don't want to spend $25 watching a foreign movie I may not like.
Right.
I'm probably going to like it because it's like kind of Rambo against the Nazis, but a Finnish guy, I think Finnish. There's some pretty violent shit in there. Have you seen the trailer for it?
No, I haven't.
Remind me when we're done and I'll send you a link. It's you'll watch a couple minutes of it and you'll be like, yeah, I want to watch it too. Just a matter of whether I want to watch it $25, man.
Right.
Because I'm not going to rent it for $20. You know,
Oh, that's ridiculous. It's like, yeah, okay, we'll get your money.
well, you know, it's still in the theaters, and that's why. But yeah, I'm not paying $25 to watch the movie by myself here, or $20 to watch the movie by myself here, and maybe be able to watch it 2 times in a couple of days or something.
Right on.
If it's good, I'll probably want to watch it again. But
Right on. Yeah, that's right. Family friendly. PG clean.
yeah, it's not PG clean. I know there's a scene where the dude turns and puts a knife through somebody's head.
Hey, man, that's good, clean family fun.
I guess definition of family fun, kind of family it is. The Voorhees family, Miles family.
The Catholic family. Yeah, well, I remember when
I thought that was more about putting cigarettes out in your eye.
Well, you know, we lived our horror. You know, we didn't have to watch it. I lived it.
I know we played stuntman, but you know, sometimes.
We're, you know, throwing saw blades at each other, up against trees, stuff like that. Yeah. The wonderful fun that children do. Oh, Brett was like, what movie? Sisu?
Sisu? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
All right.
Dennis and Andy watched it. They thought it was a lot of fun.
All right. There you go.
But it's I guess it's kind of Inglorious Bastards-ish fun.
All
like
right.
If it was Inglorious Bastards was a Rambo of that time period.
Gotcha, man. Gotcha. Brett says it looks badass, man.
Yeah, that's why I'm debating on buying it.
No, I think he's talking about your painting, but he might be talking about the movie. I don't know.
Well, he was asking about the movie last, so.
Yeah. I'm just here for the cake. You know. I'll be waiting a long time. Persistent, man. Oh, he was talking about both.
Good cover.
Yeah, man. Took a page out of my book.
The cover.
Yeah, man. The safe zone.
No, and then the cover of the book.
Right. Yeah. Some of my book doesn't have any cover art on it. Don't even have a name.
Frontispiece.
Yeah.
You talked to Darren since?
No, I haven't. He's been busy, man. Yeah. I don't like to intrude on anybody. I'll give you a call. If you don't answer, I'll wait for you to text me or something. Yeah.
Okay. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing important.
But,
I get it. I'm like that too sometimes.
yeah. Just letting you know I'm thinking about you. You'll see my name.
And then I get why didn't you call me?
Why didn't you call me? Phone works both ways. Oh, but that's different. Yeah, okay.
Well, I'm glad he's working.
Oh, yeah, man.
And I'm glad he's kind of getting out of the other mentality that he was in.
Yeah. He's pretty happy. He's just bored. He had nobody to talk to or nothing. He's like, I'm so sick of hearing my own voice. I'm like, nah, you know how I felt the first 10 years of your life.
Where is he at?
Oklahoma.
Well, I haven't been there.
It's nice, man. I like it. He had me out there a couple years back on my vacation.
I haven't been there. It's hard to see when you're up close, you know. You gotta back up for a little bit and see it.
Right on.
I am gonna put the yellow in over top of this because I think that'll make it pop all over again. So I'm gonna try to get a swath like this that looks natural, which is hard to do it when you're doing it in little spots.
Right on. I can dig it. Yeah.
I also want to keep enough dark to contrast against his hood with the light and stuff. So.
Right on.
And I think I'm going to do that another way because I'm going to pull in some reds in there, red orange is in there. And that's the importance of layering because you know all this has been 3 layers now so far.
Uh-huh. Yeah, man.
And Brett, you can tell your students that she can watch, like and subscribe and all that. And if she has any questions, I might be able to help her get the jump on stuff. It's kind of what I'm here for. I didn't have that. Well, we didn't have that in it when I was young, so I was wanting to learn this stuff and nobody was willing to teach.
Right.
Or they were willing to teach for money. And, you know, right. My mom was a single mom. We were lucky to have food and an apartment. And I watched new movies every week, but I counted myself lucky for that. Until later when it felt like I was, you know, being shoved off to the movies. So
Right.
But
get out of my face, you bother me.
I watched a lot of movies that way.
Right on. Excuse me. All right, Brett. Take it easy, man. Talk to you later, dude.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by and hanging out for a little bit.
Yeah. He's gonna tell his students for you too that they can check it out.
There was a talker in the chat this time.
Yeah.
Usually he does, but usually there's a couple of people that pop in too.
I'm sure they'll be here before the night's out. I have faith.
And say, I'm not even sure that you'll be here before the night's out.
Sure I will. I ain't going nowhere. I ain't got.
This is not that the whole thing about detail. That's why you do your details last.
Right.
This is not a quick process. But damn, you know.
Right on.
You see all those capillaries? That's because I was taking time.
Right.
I love the way they look like they're branching off the main veins and all that.
Kind of like the real thing.
Hopefully. We lost 2 people. I didn't do a close-up of my face, people. I just did a close-up of Cthulhu's screen. Definitely weird. It seems sometimes like people are waiting for other people to leave so they can show up.
Right on. It's like, no, you can all talk at the same time. I could read. It's all right. Bing, 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 bing. Oh, okay. It's CIAO.
Ciao. That's how you spell ciao in Italian.
Oh, okay. I'm dumb and uncultured. You gotta forgive me.
You just didn't know how to spell in Italian. It's okay, you're not Italian.
Yeah.
If you were Italian, that'd be a different story.
Right. Come on. Why are you doing this to me? Why? I don't understand. Bing, 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 bing.
You gotta remember, Brett's a teacher and a writer, so
Right on.
they use stuff that you're not necessarily familiar with.
Right on. I'm just a humble schmo.
I'm trying to give you cool books to read to expand your horizon.
I know.
Really?
What's up?
Oh, nothing.
You sure?
Nothing major now.
Oh, alright.
I
Well,
was
that
just
you did.
trying to do something and it didn't work the way I wanted it to, but it really is not important that it works the way I want it to. It's just important that it works with the effect I wanted to get.
The only person that's gonna catch that is you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And that's who caught it.
Exactly.
And that's why I said, really? I'm going to practice saying really to myself.
Really? What's that? Shit.
Really is another way of saying mother, father, cousin, sister, brother.
Right on. We have 4 people watching. What's up, guys? All 4 of you. How are you all doing? I'm doing great. He's doing better. Been a man. I'm a magical piece of talking clay.
Clay, that's what you said.
Yeah. What did you think I said?
I'm from New Jersey. What do you think goes after pizza?
Pizza?
What do you think goes after pizza?
Or lump of?
Pizza, yeah, right? Pizza.
Pizza. Shit.
I completely blame my upbringing.
Go back to Jersey, you fucking fuck. Oops.
What?
Alright, guys. Put on your earmuffs.
What?
I said, put on your earmuffs.
I'm asking what you were saying.
I said the F word.
I guess I'm more asking who you're saying it to.
I'm just saying it to whoever's listening.
You're calling whoever's listening a fucking fuck?
No, not at all. No.
I guess I misunderstood completely. What the hell
I
were you
was
saying?
telling them put on their earmuffs. I was saying go back to Jersey, you yeah. Them two F words. That I don't
Oh,
want
you
to.
were telling me.
Yeah, man. Go. Yeah. See, I can say it to you. You won't take offense because you know me.
I'll just shoot myself when I'm out there.
Man,
The last person that cared.
I still care. I still think you ought to go back to Jersey. But that's okay. Nah, you don't want to go back to Jersey. When I was there, I mean,
Yeah, I've visited since,
yeah, it was nothing like I remembered.
we stopped to see Eugene and T-Bird.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well,
Yeah,
he's a good friend for a long, long time, and now he's, I don't know, like, trapped.
yeah,
He doesn't want to leave because he doesn't want to leave his kids, but
you're right.
pretty much his kids are all grown now. And
Yeah,
I think he feels like he can't, I guess it's a tough thing, and he's got grandkids now, and the grandkids are the reason for him being.
right on.
And if that's your reason for being,
Yeah, true.
I sure would love to hang out with some of my friends, but
Right. I wish
not
it
to the
would
point
be.
of them.
Oh, go ahead.
Just not to the point of them being miserable.
Right.
I don't want them to be miserable to hang out with me.
Right on. I
Well,
wish you'd be a little more active, man. You just,
Eugene?
yeah.
That's so funny too because he was so active for so long. He was hyperspastic, and
Now he sits in front of his screen and he types away on his keyboard. That's all he does.
I was sure he had some heart things that he was having to deal with too, so he should be exercising,
Right. It's no good.
And it's not I'm not trying to be preachy or nothing. I have a heart issue, and I go out walking every day to the point that people are pissed because I want to go walking.
Right on.
And I'm like, it's not because I just want to go walking. It's because I want to be around to say something later.
Exactly. You don't use it, you're gonna lose it. That goes for anything, man.
Yeah, that looks better. Just want enough life in with the oranges here to see that there is that light dispersion going on.
Right.
I'm going to do way less of it on the other side because it's mostly going to be just red. But I'm going to use some of that pure Pyrrole red.
Right.
Watch any good shows, movies?
Not lately, man. I mean, pretty much same old run-of-the-mill things.
What?
Huh?
Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
Oh, I watch a lot of Marvel movies over again. Watch a lot of streaming.
Yeah, we watched A Man Called Otto.
That's cool. Oh, I did watch something cool the other night.
That was on Netflix. It's Tom Hanks.
Right. Okay.
One of those movies that's supposed to be a heartwarming movie and all that. And it is to a point, but a lot of it's like, it seems like it's a lot longer than it has to be.
Well, it's a Tom Hanks movie. I mean,
no, this is. You'd have to see what I'm talking about. It feels a lot longer than it is, I think. And Tom Hanks has been in some long movies, but that's not what I mean.
right. Okay.
Like it's about this guy that's supposed to be a sourpuss, and then you know that you're gonna end up liking him before the movie's through or whatever, because that's the type of story it is.
Right.
But yeah, it was like his wife died, and you waited almost the whole movie to find out how she died or why she died, and there was no reason to do that. I mean, like, he could have let the secret out earlier, or somebody else could have, because as it turns out, half the cast knew. You know what I mean? Half the cast characters knew. Only this woman with their kids that moved in, like, recently didn't know.
Wow.
But somebody told her that, don't touch that, because that was whatever her name was, Sophie or something like that. That was Sophie. And she knew that Sophie was dead, but because she didn't want to talk about it, it's like nobody was going to tell her, nobody was going to fill her in. I don't know. But it just seemed like really extra long because of that.
Yeah.
And it was, don't get me wrong, it was a sad story, but it would have still been a sad story, and you would have been relating to him a little bit more the whole time.
Right. I've seen advertisements for that movie, I think, right? Yeah,
there's she says she's Mexican or Guatemalan or whatever, woman that moved in next door, and she's got 2 little girls that it leads you to believe those little girls are hang out with him and all this other stuff, but they do, but not until like halfway through the movie or whatever.
Right, okay.
And there's a lot of stuff that could have been funnier if we understood him a little bit better.
Right on.
All in all, it wasn't bad. It did. There are spots that tugged at the heartstrings, but I think it could have established stuff clearer earlier and could have done it throughout more of the movie.
Right on.
That pretty much near the beginning, he goes in for his last day of work, and they're celebrating him being gone pretty much because he's a stickler for the rules.
No, right.
And in the end, the stickler for the rules has got to do everything with his wife.
Right. Okay.
So you're waiting to find out how the rules matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For a lot of the movie that you didn't have to be. But so he goes home and he cancels the electricity, and he's like, I think at the very beginning he's buying a length of rope, and he doesn't buy 2 yards, he buys 5 feet of rope. and they charge him for 2 yards, and he's being a prick about that.
Right.
He's like, I'm not buying 2 yards, I'm buying 5 feet of rope. And the guy's like, the kid at the cash register is like, we don't have anything on the computer to do what you're saying.
That's crazy.
But what he's buying the rope for is gonna hang himself.
Gonna become a human pinata. If you're gonna
he doesn't. It becomes a trope through the movie, but if you understood that from the beginning, you know what I mean?
Right on.
Then it would be a little bit more to it when you see what's going on.
Right on.
Because he tries to kill himself like 3 or 4 times throughout the show or in the movie, and fails every time. And it's his failures almost that's funny.
Okay.
But he kind of reads them as his wife saying it's not time yet.
Right on.
And he, finds a reason throughout the movie. And I don't want to spoil any of the movie, but it just was so long with finding out the details that you should have pretty much known early on.
Right on.
It didn't make it less of a good movie, it just made it a slower movie.
Okay. I got that.
Which is why I was saying that at the beginning. It's slower. It felt like it's a slower movie. It's not the same thing as like that movie where he's on the island with the
Castaway.
Yeah. That's not the same kind of slow. I mean, that's a different kind of slow. This is slow because it could reveal stuff that it don't.
Mm-hmm.
Ping.
Who's winning?
Well, since I'm still painting, and it hasn't knocked my paintbrush so far out in the left field that it screwed the painting up, I'd say the brush is winning just by a hair. It is sure making a nuisance of itself and making itself known.
Right on. So that, in a way, is a small win for the camera stand.
Yeah. But it's not a victory at all. It hasn't won any of the battles, but it's still fighting. It's like, Michigan football.
Yeah, right.
They play for 3 quarters and then somehow find a way to fail every time at the end.
Right on.
Kind of a talent.
True.
I'm actually not sure, but I don't think the Lions have actually ever played in the Super Bowl.
I don't know. I don't keep up on sports, so.
No, I haven't in a long time either. I haven't since they've been using sports as a political excuse.
All right.
I don't want to see politics with my entertainment.
Right. Amen. You want to be entertained to take you out of the norm, take you out of the norm.
That's it. I go to be entertained to escape the bullshit. I don't want to see the bullshit in my escape. You're
trapped in the bullshit every day. You got to walk through it. You need something that'll free my mind and release me from it.
Right. I want something lighthearted, that understands people have a sense of humor. Everybody fucks up no matter what color they are.
Right.
Or who they love or how they like or whatever.
Right on.
Everybody. Like I was watching a comedian that poked fun at the trans community over Dylan, whatever the hell his name is, Dylan Mulvaney, whatever. The Budweiser thing.
Oh, I heard something about that. I don't know.
It's a trans that a couple of people at Budweiser thought would be a good thing to do to make them the face of Bud Light, and it backfired on them huge.
All right.
Like, even gay bars stopped ordering Bud Light.
Wow.
They just did not like it. Don't fuck with our beer. Just, give us beer.
Right.
And that person was trying to tell people off or whatever, but this chick comedian was saying, why didn't he have why doesn't he have woman parts? She's like, if I was gonna be a trans person, the first thing I'd have them do is make me a dick.
Right.
She's like, and not just any dick. Go back in the back room. I want something black.
Right. I want Dexter LeJock's dick,
A couple of
sit around, throw it over my shoulder.
A couple of people in the audience got offended, and they were like, transphobe and blah blah blah. And
just learn how to laugh, man.
He's like, I'm not afraid. Nobody deserves to get a free pass from being made fun of. Everybody should be made fun of.
Yeah, and people are so sensitive. We want to be treated equal, but yet you want special treatment. You can't have
it. Right. I mean, it's okay to make fun of every white person, especially a white Christian. Like, white straight Christians guaranteed to be made fun of.
Oh yeah, you gotta try.
They're the patriarchy.
Yeah.
Like, there's no white straight Christians that have a hard time buying a house or, rent because they can't afford a house. You know what I mean?
Right.
All the patriarchy. But she's saying, and it's not only her. That's the reason that they got all upset at oh shit, what's his name? Comedian, bald, had his own show. Did the crackhead that was itching all over the place.
Oh, Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle. He came back and did a couple of specials, and that's the first thing he did, light into everybody.
Right on.
And, he could get away with it because he's a person of color. White guys can't get away with that shit. They have to make fun of themselves. Or they have to find a way to make a woman, a gay person, or a person of color the hero of the story.
Right.
I've got nothing against if somebody really was the hero of the story and they were a woman, a gay person, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Black, Mexican, whatever, white, Chinese, doesn't matter. But to just start, all people that are white are bad, that's just crap.
It is crap.
It's certainly not meant to foment equality. You know what I mean?
No. And
all it's pushing is reverse or a different type of prejudice, but it's still the same thing.
I've said it for years, dude. Media and all that, they're keeping the fucking prejudicism, they're constantly,
Yeah, they're pounding that shit at you. They have always been.
But yet, out of the other side of their face, they're screaming, "Oh, equality! Everybody should be who they want to be." And what they're really saying is everybody should be who they want to be, only if they're gay or transgender.
Yeah, only if they're different, or if the old ways are disapproving of them. That's really what it is.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Because
people need to be people, and if someone says something that hurts your feelings, suck that shit up. We've been doing it for years. And when I say we, I'm not talking about black people. I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about realists. I'm talking about people that know the way this world goes. People are going to talk. People are going to say things that are going to hurt your feelings, no matter who the fuck you are. You need to take that shit with a grain of salt. If you don't want to hear what they're saying, ain't nothing stopping you from walking away, turning down your TV, or even changing that fucking channel.
It's that whole kind of European mentality that you have to be inclusive. You have to. See, that's the thing about our country, is that we have the right not just to freedom of speech. The People versus Larry Flint, which was a big movie, and it was all hugely successful, and everybody lauded it because it gave rights to strippers and perverts or whatever.
Right.
But what they missed was, what the court ruling was, is that it's freedom of speech and expression that he won the case on.
Right.
And freedom of speech and expression, the specific ruling when read out, kind of lands on this bit about not just freedom of popular expression, it's freedom of unpopular expression, because the forefathers, had they been caught with what they were expressing, would have been hung for treason.
Oh, yeah.
That's why we have freedom of speech, is because of what was done.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And what it was done for, People forget that. Like the same people that live in the city that dumped all the tea overboard because they refused to pay taxes are now the first one to fucking shill for the woke causes and shit.
Yeah. I don't even like that terminology, dude. Woke.
That's the terminology that they created, actually.
Yeah, I know.
We use it in a derogatory fashion because it was created to be derogatory for those that weren't in lockstep with them. Those were the sleepers that weren't woke.
Right. No.
And it is dumb. The whole thing is dumb. The whole concept is dumb. What I was saying is the whole unpopular speech thing.
Yeah.
That means that it's okay to be a Nazi. Not it's okay to treat people like Nazis do, but it's okay to believe what you want.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean that it's right. That doesn't mean that we're saying it's right because we're saying that you have the right to believe it.
Right.
That's not a judgment call that any of us can make, but we're saying that you have the right to believe whatever you want to. Now that's gone. Remember that whole thing with the deli, that the guy that was sued because he refused to serve somebody based on their sexual orientation.
Yeah.
Here's the problem with that. As a service, we have the right to refuse anybody for any reason.
And there's been signs that say that.
Yep. But what we don't have the right to do, and what people don't get about it, is we don't have the right to go to other businesses and make them shun them. That would be a whole different story.
Right.
You know what I mean? But that's not what's happening. What's happening is some people are saying, this is my religion. I just watched the family, and this is a different country, but this is what we're trying to be, what the progressives want us to be. They removed 2 children from a Muslim home because the parents told them that their religion does not approve of gay or transsexual.
Oh, right.
Well, their religion doesn't approve of gay and transsexual.
No, it doesn't.
So now you're going to tell them that they don't have the right to that religion because it doesn't approve?
Shush.
That's a scary thought because that's where we're headed. That's exactly where they want us to be headed.
Yep.
They want us to be like this country and they want us to be like that country. Well, that's what these countries that they want us to be like are doing. And why should we be like those countries when we decided that we were going to do a different thing because that shit didn't work?
Exactly.
All these other countries that we actually left, and all the people that are leaving other countries to come to this country, they don't get the fact that they're not leaving them because they like their politics and they just don't like what's happening right now. That's the same thing. It's their politics that they don't like.
Right.
And I hate politics, man. I hate politics because it does nothing but divide people.
Mm-hmm. Because we don't have enough division already. You know?
Well, yeah, because united we stand.
Yeah, divided. Yeah, we've said this time and time again.
Oh yeah, they've been trying to divide us. That, you know, this whole thing with Comicscape that I keep mentioning, it's the same thing. It's just on a different level because they realize that this message, this kind of forced message that they want, is being forced through all kinds of entertainment. Well, Comicscape is because they realize that they're forcing that shit in comic books too. Now, how do you take a stand against that if you're a comic writer or a comic artist or whatever? The only way you really can take a stand on it is to
boycott them. Stop buying their comics.
No, you have to produce something else. You have to produce something that shows what you're talking about, that you stand for. The only reason that you should leave mainstream comics writing, whatever you're leaving, is because you're going to show them the better way. You're going to do something, put your money where your mouth is, you know what I mean?
Right on.
These guys, a lot of them lost their living and lost their ability to make a living simply because of either how they voted or how it looked like they voted, even if that wasn't how they voted.
Right.
So they're saying that the message in your comic books your comics shouldn't be about a message. It should be about a hero, or it should be about like a story. It can be a political comic. It can have some politics in it, but the better stories that tell stuff with politics tell both sides.
Right.
They tell both sides of an argument. They give reasons to back both sides of an argument. They don't just say this way or that's the only way.
I've got to take this dog out. She's driving me nuts. I hear you. Okay.
We all hear you.
I'll make this quick, man. I'll be as quick as I can. But hold that thought, man, because I want to get back to this conversation.
If you're watching, feel free to say something. Make a comment. Comment about what we're talking about. Comment about the painting. Suggestions. Questions. Anything. Feel free. Cool, cool. Somebody commented. Oh yeah, I know who you are. You keep throwing me off with the nickname. Are you incognito? Is that why you're...
And I'm back.
We might have driven people away with our politics talk.
Oops.
But it's not. It's not really politics. I just hate politics. That's all. Politics have a way of obscuring the truth and then making people that speak the truth seem like they're liars because they speak a truth that they don't want it to be.
Yeah.
I just hate it.
Yeah, but that's all right.
Well, the thing I was saying about Comicsgate and comics in general with this is that the way that you combat being forced into doing the political lockstep crap is to produce a good magazine outside of the common industry standards, outside of the mainstream, so that they've not got no control over what you put out and what they distribute. That's what Comicsgate is really about.
Right.
Even though they try to label it all kinds of different stuff, because of course, you know, nothing can be independent of what they want. But it's really about making comics that they love to make, that they believe in, and they deliver them. They sell them directly. They deliver them directly.
Right.
So they do their own fulfillment. They don't rely on diamond distributors or all the other distributors, because that's really what's left for people in the mainstream. And they don't have to worry about, you know, the only sales they have to worry about is covering the cost of making shit. They may not get all of what they want. They may not make millions in the process, but if they're happy and fulfilled and telling stories that are fun to them, you know, and fun to some other people, then there shouldn't be any issue.
Right on.
Unfortunately, mainstream don't like that shit. Private opinions, private magazine stuff making more money than their magazines, or as much money as their magazines.
Right.
And the thing is that they would be making more magazines if they didn't try to force a message onto us and just produce good stories again.
True.
But it's not just comic books, it's everything. I mean, you see it in the music, you see it in the books.
Commercials even anymore, man.
Now there's, well, yeah, but now there's, commercials have always been because they're trying to sell to a certain crowd. But now there's like sensitivity readers. So like if I write a novel, I can't just write the novel I want to write. You got to pass it through a sensitivity reader to make sure you're not offending anyone. Well, fuck you.
Right? That's offending me, telling me how I have to write.
Yeah, that's a number one. That's a fact. But aside from just that, when you eliminate anything that could possibly offend anyone, you make it fucking boring.
Right.
I don't, you know, like I don't think I've read a book that I like everything in. Maybe one or two, but they're rare.
Right.
And if they are definitely non-political books. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But to say that you can't read or assign Tom Sawyer because it's got the N-word in it, because N-word Jim, well, really?
It was a different time then. That's the way they...
Well, here's the thing that they're missing, is that that's used to the effect of making it a useless way of saying something.
Right.
You know, Mark Twain used that as a... He was kind
taking
of
power away from the word, pretty much, is what it was doing.
Well, more to the point, he took a white boy, put him on a trip with a black guy.
Right.
He called N-word Jim.
Right.
But during that trip, he realized that Jim was somebody.
Right.
He wasn't just property. We're talking about like it's late 1800s or after the Civil War, post Civil War time,
Mm-hmm.
when that was really common way to still be looking at people that were not white.
Back then,
So what he did
were
was
property. They weren't really labeled people. They were labeled property. Mm-hmm.
by that that vehicle, that narrative device, he made a public of white readers sympathetic for a black character, to the point where they were celebrating Huck Finn no longer calling him that at the end. Because that was Huck Finn's plan all along, is he was going to turn Jim in and make money because, he's got a runaway slave or whatever.
Exactly. But he got to know him and became personal with him.
Yeah, well, what he got to know was that Jim was a person, period.
Yeah, people are people, no matter what their color is. And that's what everybody should have took from that story.
Right. They should have taken the fact that, like nowadays, they should have taken the fact that Twain used that to wake up an entire generation.
Right.
That was an actual brilliant move, because the book still sells today.
Mm-hmm.
And it teaches that lesson,
Oh, Tactical Tiger says badass. I'm kind of late on that one.
Yeah, I know. I saw it.
I haven't seen him in yet.
No, I don't. I think he did. I think he did pop up either last time or the time before that.
Oh, all right.
Because he's a fairly new subscriber, but I've known him for a long time.
All right. Mm-hmm. Very cool. But, I don't understand this world. I'm glad I don't, really.
Yeah, because this is kind of a stage.
Exactly. I'm just going to treat people the same way I've always treated them. Treat people the way I want to be treated. I don't care what color, whatever you are. Well, I'm not going to force me on anybody. Don't force you on me. You know what I'm saying? In a nutshell, that's the way it should be. Don't force your beliefs or your whatever on me, and because I'm not going to do it to you.
I believe that we live through temptations and pains and rough times to show other creatures, other beings that are not of this planet, what happens when you allow certain beings to run loose.
Right, so we're actually a galactic sitcom.
I don't think
drama, sitcom, love story,
but maybe witnesses in an intergalactic court of why a certain being has to be destroyed, because if that being was to let continue, this is what he would do everywhere.
Yeah, but I've felt that way all my life, actually. I feel we're an example.
That's exactly the wording I would use. We're an example where we're going to be, someday we're going to be witnesses. We're going to go different places and say, this is how hard it was to be good people. This is how difficult it was.
Yeah.
But,
There's always, yes, you know. I, I'm not even. The way I look at it, I live my life. You live your life. You want to talk to me? Hey, it's all good.
Yeah, I'm not
You
gonna tell
want
you.
to know my opinion?
I'm not gonna tell you how to live, but one day you'll realize how you live.
Yeah. If you ask me my opinion, though, if you come up to me and ask me how I feel about something, I'm gonna tell you. I'm not gonna pull punches. You know. That's why it's be careful what you wish for. You know. If you want to talk to me, I'll have a conversation with anybody. I don't care. I will be nice. I'll be friendly because that's the kind of person I am. But don't ask me anything on a sensitive subject because I'm bound to say something that you don't like.
Yeah, don't ask about a sensitive subject if you don't want an answer to that sensitive
Exactly.
question.
But if you're really inquisitive,
Expect that answer is not going to be what you want.
right?
That's the tough thing is people don't come into questions like that expecting they're going to get answers that they don't like.
Right. They want you to sugarcoat it.
No, they want to be right. They want to have their opinion vindicated almost any time. They're not seeking someone else's advice unless they're confused about an issue.
Right.
What they're seeking is vindication, somebody to agree with them. You see that all the time online on social media nowadays. We call them echo chambers.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Because nobody wants to hear any other opinions. They just want to hear the opinions that they like reflected back to them.
They want to be validated. They don't want an opinion. They want your validation. They want you to. Yeah, no. You come to the wrong person. Don't. You know.
Yeah, if you want an opinion, then you're welcome to have it, but be sure you want it before you ask, because that's what you're going to get.
Right. I don't hate anybody.
How's that yellow?
It looks pretty good.
Does that look like a natural fade?
Yeah, it does. I like it.
It's hard to not get too much on. Remember, these are transparent colors, semi-transparent colors. So basically, when I'm working over, you can see the color before through a little bit.
Right.
And I get up towards the moon a little bit more. I think I'm gonna do a little bit more coating of the yellow to make it a little bit brighter. Maybe. I think maybe testing the water with my big toe.
Right.
Because when you think it's going to be like, oh, it's just going to be a like that, it's going to be pow.
Right.
Using this flat brush. I've used this flat brush a lot through this painting since I bought it.
Right.
And I didn't pull it out earlier. I pulled out some of the smaller brushes because I wanted to do the lines of the veins. And I'll be damned if it didn't roll off the table. Like, no, you're going to pay attention to me, whether you think you are or not. That's a whole different story.
Right.
And I don't know why it has a Spanish accent. It just did.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to pay attention to me.
To me, damn it.
Today, not tomorrow. Oh yeah, the other thing about Otto is the whole movie long, everything is pretty much grumpy guy with family that's from someplace else, you know what I mean?
Right.
They're Mexican, except for the guy, he speaks like he's Mexican, but he's not. He's from someplace in the U.S. Her husband, but he's a complete dipshit because, you know, that's another thing that they've been doing lately is that all guys are dipshits. Until the paper boy reveals that his wife was the paper boy's school teacher and the first one to call me by my trans name. Like the whole movie, that subject wasn't broached.
Right.
It's like it really, really felt like they just put that in there to cover that basis.
Right.
To be politically correct. Now that the whole trans community is up in arms over every little thing nowadays. Democrats do a good job of doing that, stirring the pot.
Yeah. Well, that's anybody, really. Anybody has a way of stirring that pot.
No, they particularly do it. They pick these. You'll notice, actually, they call them special interest groups since the 80s. But the special interest groups, these are the same people that Joe Biden himself and what's his name? Bill Clinton were saying were mentally ill during the Clinton administration, right?
Okay.
Now, Biden's talking like, oh, I've been always on your side. And Biden and Clinton both were talking. I can show you speeches that they were giving about how they couldn't just let the Mexicans cross the border. Like, what are they doing today?
I don't pay attention to all that shit.
Well, see, that's the thing, right? Nobody pays attention, so they can get away with that shit because nobody's paying attention. They look what's going on while you're not looking. And this is not at you. This is not at you.
Right.
I don't want you to feel attacked because I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying that that's the way that they get away with that shit. That's a literal. He's literally flipped completely flip-flopped from what he was preaching in the late 80s. And nobody says a damn thing about it, you know? I don't know. That's the only reason that I made that comment is because these guys are literally... See, you on the right, whether you like or not, whether you like them or not, they're saying the same things that they've been saying all along. You just don't like them, you know what I mean?
Right.
They're not pretending that they like you or like this or like that just to get your vote or to get your attention. Trump literally flew people, took the time to fly poor black people, across the country for emergency surgery for their kids in his private jet. That wasn't a political thing. That was before he was political.
Right.
So you can't say that he's prejudiced against black people or whatever, or minorities, because he did that shit without any political gain, you know?
Right, right.
There was no eye towards what could happen in the future. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Trump's the guy either.
Right.
Because that is partisan and that's political, and that's not what I'm saying. I think he was a good option for a while because he knows it was his way amount of money. He made us, there was all kinds of money being made while he was in office. He had incentives to keep the jobs in country. There's a lot of benefits that people won't discuss that, like Amanda witnessed firsthand working for Walmart, the difference in pay increase, not just the gas prices or whatever. It's the difference in expendable money, available money, and the tax breaks that he was giving. And
in actuality, Obama had started all that stuff before Trump even
no, sir.
got in office.
Not the ones I'm talking about. That's what they're trying to claim, but that's not true. There's a whole big thing, and I don't want to get into huge politics. But what I'm saying is, he did a lot of good that people didn't give him credit for at all.
Right.
And I would say most presidents do actually do good that they don't get credit for. But in this case, this is a person that they lauded until he got elected, or until they knew he had a chance. Obama, Hillary, all those people had photo ops and were hanging out with him until he ran Republican. And this is literally within 2 years or a year of him deciding he was going to run. He didn't even decide for a while. But like I said, I don't want to get into this politics. Right. It's not what my point was. Just my point was that what he said all along. He's not changing what he said. Whether you like it or not, that's a different story. Some people like it, some people don't. That's not in dispute. So he's not saying one thing and then flip-flopping on it. Obama did that too. I mean, I can show you footage of that too. That seems to be one of the tactics of that political group. And most of the other political groups, like the Green Party and the Independent Party and all that, they're basically the same. They've got the same plans, the same goals. As the left. They are leftist groups. Used to be the libertarians were supposed to be kind of non-Republican, place for right-wingers or slightly leaning right-wingers to go, you know what I mean? The libertarians were supposed to be a little more freedom and less government. That's their whole thing. And the libertarians, based on what's called the non-aggressive principle. You ever heard of that?
No.
So the non-aggressive principle is that I will not initiate any hate or attacks on you.
Right.
So that's the non-aggressive principle. That doesn't mean that you can attack me and get away with it. But that means that I will not initiate any attacks. So they were like one of the differences between just strict right wing and libertarian was that libertarian didn't push Christian. That's one of the things that the Conservative Party pushes is Christian values, Christian family values, and but libertarian was some of the same principles without feeling like you have to be Christian. But then they elected that Gary douchebag for their representative that last presidential term, and he could have been all right, but I think he just smoked too much weed because in the end he wasn't sounding any different than everyone else. And except for he did something that the Libertarian Party probably will never forgive him for. Like another big thing on the Libertarian Party is the Second Amendment rights. And one of his opponents, when he got made the representative of the party for the presidential election, when he was beaten, he gave him a pair of replica George Washington's pistols. Like, there's two replicas of those pistols. One is a non-firing kind, and the other is a fully firing kind. The fully firing kind are worth thousands of dollars, right?
All right.
This was the fully firing kind. This guy offered him a peace offering of things worth thousands of dollars. That is a highly represented principle of the Libertarian Party. And as he walked off stage, he threw him in the trash. So he basically threw the whole party in the trash. And then he started wigging out and doing some weird shit. Like saying illegal aliens isn't illegal aliens, it's undocumented, whatever. No, it's an illegal alien. Alien means somebody from someplace else. And if they are not legal and documented, then they are illegal. Sorry, that's the way it is. I don't know why he would have been so freaky about it, because most of the party agrees with that theory. You know what I mean? So it's just weird. It's just another example of...
Change the channel.
Yeah.
Too much politics, man.
Politics is bullshit, yeah. How's that wing looking? Oh, it's looking like it's out of the picture.
Yeah. It's so good I could barely see it. Yeah,
hopefully you can see it.
Man. And now I can. I mean, before when you asked. But yeah, that looks real good. Real good, man. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Can't talk about cartoons because that's politics. Like, you can't talk about what's new with Disney because it's all bad crap. It's crap.
Yeah, there's politics and everything.
Yeah, that's what we got onto this subject about, right?
Right.
Can't get away from it. I fucking hate it.
I remember back in the day when I was like, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, there was a time period that I was like, who cares too? Then I started realizing how we're getting fucked because we got the who cares attitude. Damn it. I don't want to care. I don't want to focus on that bullshit. Why do I have to focus on that bullshit, right? This is why. Because it's not.
No.
They just keep doing it wrong.
I keep it in the back of my head. That ain't a damn thing you can say.
I wish I could, man. I wish I could just wipe it away because I can't. I really can't enjoy much for entertainment these days anymore. Like, I see it everywhere. I don't even try. I'm not even trying, and I see it everywhere. I can't just watch any movie with Amanda or whatever because I see that shit.
Well, see, that's why I listen to old rock and roll. I watch old movies. You know,
See,
I don't really watch anything new unless it's streaming and they're just bullshitting. You know, because I'm trying to stay away from that. Yeah, all that could go on in the world. If I'm trying to be entertained, entertain me. I just want entertainment. It's too much fucking.
I totally agree with you and wish that I could just do that. I could just be oblivious.
Nah, you're not oblivious because you know what's going on. You just care not to make that.
No, I'm not. No. That sounded. I don't know. Sounded right in my head. When I say oblivious, I mean like I can watch a movie without feeling like I see that. You know what I mean?
Right.
I could enjoy so many more movies if I didn't feel like everything I watched was force feeding me shit that I don't want to see.
You're
or
right.
trying to convince me that something is right that I don't believe is right. You know?
Yeah.
I guess that makes it stand out a little bit more if you don't believe it's right, you know?
Right on.
But yeah, that's... Like, I wish I could just close my eyes to it or ignore it. I mean, like, I've been listening to this book, The Prayer for All Meaning, and it's a great coming-of-age book, but all it's been doing, like, it goes from the time period that he's telling the story about to like what's supposed to be modern time for the narrator, right?
Right on.
And the time that they're telling the story about is the 1950s and 60s, but the time the narrator's living in is the 80s, and all he's doing is like talking about anti-war and anti-Reagan and like he's mentioned Reagan and mentioned Nixon like 80 times. Now this book was written in the 80s, so you know he whatever, but it's like the only two people that do wrong is Reagan, who was the president in that time, and Nixon, and the shit that Nixon did now is everybody's doing it anyway now. Nixon tapped a couple phones, right?
Right.
Look at what happened with the last election. You know, look at the dispute over the last election. You know what I mean? And how everything is criminal now. Like, that's the same shit that they were doing then.
Right.
But yeah, it's like I can't get away from it. Like, the story should be a good story because it's about a kid that... it's a coming-of-age story about a kid that believes in God to the point where he believes that everything he does is not coincidence, but it's intended by God.
All right.
And it's not a story that he's like cursing out the people in the temples or whatever, but he is argumentative with priests and whatever, but he's just a little guy. And it's this narrator's best friend, and the narrator's best friend is so small at the beginning of the story that he can tuck his Little League jersey in, which is a number 3, and it looks like a number 2. So that's how small he is, right?
Right.
And the coach puts him in to bunt because nobody really likes baseball in this town except for him. But
Right.
the coach puts him in to bunt so that everybody else can walk on base because he's too small to actually hit the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the one time that the coach is like, we want to get out quicker and tells him to hit the ball, he hits the ball and the ball goes foul and kills his best friend's mom.
Oh, shit. All right.
And he's like miserable because of it. It's not like he's happy or whatever. He kills his best friend's mom, and it's like it's not his mom, but he was very close to her too.
Right.
And that whole time, the whole story about him and his best friend and his grandmother and all the crazy shit that happened that summer and whatever shouldn't have anything to do with the politics in 1980s if it's a story that takes place in 56 or something, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm talking about. I can't get away from it like nowhere.
Right on.
I've been sucking it up and just listening to it because I want to hear the rest of the story, and I really like the story with the kids. But I just getting to be almost not worth it to listen to these interludes that pop in. You don't even have a chance or a choice. They pop in the middle of the story, you know.
Right on.
Like, and I'm listening to somebody read it, so it's one chapter is a 2-hour chapter or some shit like that. And that's just a totally different effect, I guess.
Yeah, I can see where that would get aggravating.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that shit. I just want to hear the story. I think the story between the kids are cool. I think the story of the relationship is cool. There's some funny shit like I was saying how small Owen is. The narrator living with his stepdad, who's a teacher at the college, local college, and they're hanging out in the empty rooms and stuff when everybody's gone on vacation, and then this gym teacher and his wife, who just had twins, they decide that they are gonna screw in every room. Like once a day they switch rooms or whatever, and they're working from the top down, and Owen and the narrator are working from the bottom up.
All right.
So
we meet in the middle or something.
They're in the middle checking out this room when they hear these people come into the room, and Owen's so little he hides under the bed, and the narrator Johnny hides in a closet. And they're having sex, and Owen's pinned under the bed, and the coach's clothes are on one side, coach's wife's clothes are on the other side, and they're talking to each other during sex, and the wife is going harder, and the coach is going weather, right?
Yeah.
And as they're doing that, they're freaking pounding on the bed, like going at it, and it's smacking him in the face with the springs. He's turning his head, and it's still pounding the side of his cheek.
Right on.
And afterwards, he's telling his buddy, he's like, stupid harder, stupid weather.
Wow.
And it's that kind of like this situational funny things that happen.
Right on.
But like, I don't need any of the politics. That's the shit that I want to hear, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Go to town with that shit. That's funny as hell.
Give me entertainment. Keep your politics to themselves.
I mean, even the sad shit, you know, that's part of it, and I get it. I can accept that. I just don't want to hear about what your opinion is, and you know it's the author's opinion.
Right.
Of what the president at that time does, or like the only two presidents that he can mention are the ones that he has super big problems with. Yet every president in that era, in that time period, had problems. You know, they did shit that was wrong.
They all
Nobody's
did.
perfect, right?
Yep.
So it's like, why even bother? Leave that shit out. Go on with your good story. Go on with the stuff that's cracking us up.
Right. Keep it
Like,
lighthearted. Don't. Yeah.
There's this whole thing about this play. There's two plays. Like, his stepdad, he's a teacher, but he's a drama teacher, and he does plays too.
Right on.
And then there's the Unified Church that does a Christmas play every year.
Okay.
And Owen's so small, they always make him the angel, so they can suspend him in the rafters and lower him down and all that.
Right on.
And he hates being the angel because he's got a funny voice and everybody laughs at his voice.
All right.
So this particular year, he decides he's not going to be the angel, which screws up the works. And what he ends up doing is mentioning that, so when they chose the baby Jesus, they choose newborn babies, and they had a line of newborn babies that they'd switch out because the baby Jesus couldn't cry. Because
Right.
the baby Jesus wouldn't cry, you know.
Right.
Just silly shit. And Owen brought it up that nobody likes that there's a whole bunch of babies back there. They all know that there's a whole bunch of babies back there. And then he doesn't outright suggest it, but they were like, well, who do you know that can fit in the manger? Well, duh, him. Because he's the smallest guy in the town, right? So he ends up becoming Jesus, and then he changes the play, and it's pissing the Reverend's wife off.
Right on.
Because he's changing the play. He's changing the play, actually, to be more accurate towards whatever. And the preacher that's throwing the play is trying to keep it accurate to the song Away in the Manger.
Okay. All right.
And there's these giant turtle dove costumes
All right.
where Owen's like, nobody even knows what they are. They look like aliens. Like, they're big kids and like they got wings and like, so he's like, and another thing, these turtle doves, and nobody knows what they are. And the wife's pissed because I guess that was her idea. and they're like, well, what would you replace them with? And you can't all be wise men or whatever. And he's like, well, it does in the poem. It does say cows are lowing in the fields.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, it's funny. So, like, he basically takes control and it goes his way. And he picks a Mary. He picks his best friend for Joseph because Joseph doesn't have any speaking lines. And while this is going on, Dan, who's the stepdad, is throwing a play too, but he's throwing the play Scrooge. Christmas Carol.
Yeah.
And he's got some people that are playing parts that are not. I don't know, they're the ghosts are not the people that he would choose if he had a choice.
Right. Okay.
But one of the ones that he picked for a ghost was he picked the mailman for the ghost of Christmas Future because he's long and cadaver-like, really thin and pale and has really thin, knotty fingers and stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
But then the mailman starts getting pissed because he hasn't gotten speaking lines.
Mm.
And he stops by and delivers, while he's delivering the mail to Johnny's mom's house, or grandmother's house, and Johnny's grandmother is like one of the richer folks in town. And he's like, tell Dan I quit. And she's like, I don't deliver his messages.
Right.
And then Owen tries to talk him out of quitting. He's like, this is an important role, and you know when people are gonna die. Like, what could be scarier than that? And it's like, but it doesn't have any speaking rules. And then Owen talks himself into being the ghost of Christmas Future. Only he's very short and it's like Peter Dinklage with a high voice playing the tall, thin guy.
Right. Right.
So it's kind of amusing because it does play out in the end where he's doing both of the plays, and when Owen comes on stage, he's like, I'll try out, and if nobody laughs, then I get the part. But if the people laugh, if anybody laughs, then I'll go away, And when he did, nobody laughed because nobody knew who it was, right?
Right on.
It was just this small guy that was a huge presence that was like indifferent and not caring and totally cold, and he knew exactly how to play the part, And the guy that's playing Scrooge didn't even know who he was, and then he got down on his knees to, look at the tombstone, which is a part of the play.
Right.
And then he saw who it was, and it threw him off so much that he grabbed his shoulders, and then he realized that it was this, really little kid. He didn't laugh. It was more horrifying, because it was this little kid that was indifferent and commanding and, telling you that you're going to die.
Right.
So he yelled and he fell backwards and he lifted the robe, and everybody saw it was this little kid, and everybody freaked out, and one little girl peed her pants.
Oh yeah. See, that's entertainment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I wanted to see. That's what I wanted to experience. I didn't want to experience this other stuff.
Right.
Yeah. I don't care about your opinion of historical politics. If it was that kind of a story, I wouldn't have got it in the first place. That's not what I wanted to read. I was interested in seeing how this kid who killed his best friend's mom.
Right.
That was kind of a selling point for me, and I was like, and the best friend still best friends with him, There's a lot of cute kind of happenstance things that happen in that book that could totally stay away from the political shit, and it'd be an awesome fucking book. I don't know, like, it probably would have been a smaller sized book, but that's okay too, because it's kind of a large book. Let's see. Yeah, a pretty good book. You have to swallow the other garbage,
Right on.
Every time that part comes on, that it's supposed to be current times. I know it's going to be semi-short, but I know it's going to be garbage I don't want to hear.
Right on.
So I'm like rolling my eyes, and it's not like a separate chapter or interlude where I can just skip it.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what I would do. If it was possible, I would just skip that.
Right.
I don't see any value in it at all, really. Now, in the end, maybe I will. Maybe there will be something that makes it valuable. But I got a feeling that he is going to blame the army or because the reason he is telling the story in current time is because in current times he's a Canadian citizen because he gave up his rights to be an American citizen to be a draft dodger, basically.
Right. Okay.
And
Yeah.
I've got a feeling that the whole draft dodger business is gonna come back to be a part of the reason that Owen is not with us in the future story.
Right.
But I don't know, because I haven't read it all yet, or heard it all yet.
Yeah.
I'm reading Diamonds Are Forever, too.
All right. Is that any good?
It's the most hard-bound book that I've read yet. Like, hard to get into.
Right.
I think mostly it's because I'm not interested in gambling. And Ian Fleming seems to want to explain the finer points of horse racing and the mafia, and things that once again I don't agree with, but they're more like he's got a friend that used to be CIA that's Pinkerton.
Okay.
And it's making it look like Pinkertons are like just basically a private police force that's the good guys, you know what I mean?
Right on.
And the Pinkertons really pretty much have been known as not the good guys for a long, long time. Matter of fact, right now you're hearing a bunch of shit about Pinkertons being sicked on some internet guy.
Yeah.
Now I can't remember what it is that you got an early edition or something. That's the Gathering cards. That's what it was. The guy got some early Magic the Gathering cards and showed them online or something, and they stick the Pinkertons on them, and it's this big, huge deal. And like,
Man.
and then I go and I'm reading Ian Fleming, and he's treating the Pinkertons like they're this upstanding bunch. Like they were union busters. They would be murderers, and they were never known as the upstanding bunch. So it's kind of hard to read them as such.
Right
And
on.
it's got some weird stuff that happens, you know? There's this jockey that goes to these mud baths after the races, and he goes to the mud baths after the races because he's supposed to be paying the jockey off for cleverly losing the race that he was supposed to bet on and win to get paid as a thief, like undercover thief.
Right on.
But he goes and takes this mud bath too, and the mud bath just happens to be in a coffin. So they're basically putting him in a coffin and covering him with mud and
Damn. That's some shit.
well, they're not covering his face with mud. The coffin doesn't have a top lid to cover your head. It has
Oh,
a
alright.
bottom one, but they wrap you up in this plastic sheet so your arms and legs can't move. And I'm like, has he ever been to one of these? Did they really exist, or is he just making this shit up?
Right, right.
Because these guys break into, these mafia guys break in to get the jockey for not finishing first place and padding a victory that they had secured for him.
Right on.
And Bond's there. They look at Bond, and then he's basically covered all but his face in mud. And the jockey had just gotten into the mud bath. So they say something to the jockey and then dump hot mud on his face, like 120-degree hot mud.
Yeah, yeah. That was actually in the movie.
And Bond sees the guys, and later on he's like describing them to Felix, and he's like, well, one of the guys had a lump on his knuckle, and the other guy like, he was a thin guy that had either, he said, either a 45 or a Colt. Now,
Colt 45, right?
I wouldn't be half as particular on it if Ian Fleming wasn't literally a spy master during World War II. But for a spy master, he doesn't know shit about guns at all.
Mm-hmm.
So, other than the 1911, which is what people mistakenly call the Colt 45,
just hopped in the chat. It looks like they're promoting their channel, their art channel.
yeah, I don't know who that is, and I don't know if that's art.
Say hi. I mean, we don't mind if you promote your art, but say hi to us. Stick around a bit. Give us a like.
If it's art, you know, like, I'm not just promoting random channels because I don't know what that channel is selling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
These people come in and they talk about something and they let us know who they are and what they're doing. That's one thing, you know. They just come in to try and steal people away to go to their channel, and it's some perverted nonsense or whatever. I'm not into it.
No.
Where was I? Oh, the gun. Because he should have known that other than the 1911, Colt did make a 45.
Right.
Because he had one. Like, he
45?
he literally has a revolver that's a 45.
Right.
Colt made revolvers that were 45s before then.
Right.
So when you say a Colt or a 45, right, first of all, you're buried up to your face.
Yeah.
So you're just looking out the side of your eyes. How do you know what that gun is chambered in?
Well, you know,
You're not gonna tell. That's bullshit. That's just
he's James Bond, man.
that's an Ian Fleming-ism because Ian Fleming did stuff like shaken and not stirred. Well,
Yeah.
who the fuck stirs a martini? It goes in a shaker. You don't stir it in a shaker. Well, no, it's just like there are people that have said that that's what he was like, is that he said stuff to make himself sound cool,
Right.
but like he was a spy master in the fact that he told people to go certain places on certain missions and stuff. But the irony is like Bond's carrying around a War 25 automatic.
Right.
It's not an automatic; it's a semi-automatic.
Yeah.
An automatic would be you hold down the trigger and it fires as many times as it can until it's
Right.
empty.
Like
Or-
a mini
Or in 3-round bursts. Yeah, well,
rapid fire.
yeah, that's automatic.
Yeah.
Semi-automatic means you have to pull the trigger each time.
It'll go.
And like the whole, they used to, like when we were watching TV in the 80s and we were watching Magnum PI, they called it a 45 automatic, but it wasn't a 45 automatic, it was a semi-automatic.
Right on.
The irony is that Tom Selleck served in the military and he knows. Yeah, so I found that him talking about it's either a Colt or a 45 like distracting because not only is he supposed to be a spy master, Bond's supposed to be a spy and he's supposed to know his guns, at least enough of his guns to describe them if he's gonna.
Right on.
But yeah, he clearly doesn't. The reason that Bond carries a Walther PPK is because somebody that's in his readership was like, no, Beretta 25 is not going to do anything. 25 is a little itty bitty. In one of the earlier books, it's talking about he's got so many pounds of ammunition, but it's only a couple of clips, which you should be knowing that a semi-automatic doesn't take a clip unless a clip is internal. It's a strip of bullets that's pushed into the gun.
Yes.
A magazine is a separate bullet holder that's pushed into the gun, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you should know this if you were in the war, if you served in the war. Now let's get a look at this on an overall.
Oh, looking good. Damn. 3 hours and 47 minutes.
Yeah, and I haven't finished it.
Damn.
It's pretty close. I mean,
Right on.
what I've got to do is I've got to give it a couple minutes to dry, and then I've got to do that little gray-blue outline.
Right on.
I got to clean up this nail, do a little gray-blue outline along here. And right now, I'm going to do a couple of blue holes in the wings.
Okay.
But I actually set up in the beginning, I started doing the rings around, the brown rings around them.
Okay.
But that's the reason that I moved from this wing to that wing. Is I did all this stuff on this wing so that when I was working on that wing, the bottom part of this could dry so that I could do
I'm gonna jump out of here for a minute. I gotta go. I hear dogs barking. So I don't want to get too much.
I hear
into
dog barking.
The dogs are barking. Got a turtle head and a flipper sticking out. I'll be back.
Wow, some of you guys have been hanging with me for a long time now. I'm surely grateful for it. Everybody wanted to see the wings done as much as I did, huh? Not right there. And why we waited so long to do the wings. Yeah, I think. Just one more dose of Prussian blue and white.
Bye.
Probably not the best move to do when I'm doing very, very fine line stuff at the end.
Well, I do apologize. What's going on, Mark? Just stopping in for a look. All right.
Well, you just stopped in at the right time because these are pretty much the last strokes.
This is the end. All right, all right.
The only thing I'm going to do off camera from here is I painted the little, well, you can't see them very well because that's off camera, a couple of them here, little small rips in the wings, but
All right.
they're going to need a second coat when they dry. It's already after midnight, so this is pretty much done. I mean, really, really close.
Mark says it looks fantastic. The wings are very cool, man.
Yeah, give me a minute, Mark. I'm going to show the whole painting in a second.
1 second.
Okay, don't be don't be a stickler. I'm not going to be that long. I'm just doing the final pass right here, and that's
Wow. All right, he's gonna wait a little longer. Very cool. Hey, Dan just hopped in. Absolutely love this thing. Wish it was mine, brother. Gotta head to bed himself. Mark's even going full stream, man. He wants to see the big picture. Man, Aaliyah's birthday is the day I start work. Ain't that some shit?
well.
Well,
What
no,
time do you-
it's Sunday, so I'm good.
What time do you start work?
5 o'clock. I don't know if they're just going to show me around and do all that. I don't know what to expect. But I mean, I worked there 3 years. It can't change that much, can it?
Well, yeah, I can. Like, I hate to side with that, but there could be some huge changes in 3 years.
Right on. I mean, how
I
hard
don't know who's running it or how they run it, but
right.
that's the thing, you know.
How hard's the dish machine to operate? Pull the handle down. Pull the handle up. Push the dishes in. Pull the handle down. Make sure you spray them first. And our pots and pans must soak. You got the wash. You got the sanitizer. Wash, rinse, and sanitize. Very important. Hey man, I'm just glad to have some money coming in, man. It'd be so nice to have a steady paycheck coming in. Yeah. No more scraping pennies together. Well, not as much anyway. I'll put it that way. No, she's headless.
Give me a minute.
All right.
I've got paint in one hand, I've got paintbrush in the other. Trying to adjust the camera, move it.
Can you juggle?
Yeah, not the paint.
You got a match? Uh-huh. Don't say it.
You know that old joke, right?
Don't say it. That's why I said don't say it. Dan says, I came in late, but been watching since
Now
a
we're
half
gonna
hour
do that trick and see if it
after
works.
the beginning.
You ready?
Yep.
Let's see how it looks. We've
All right. Hell yeah, dude. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, yeah, man. What do y'all think? Looks pretty damn good, I think. Mark says it's awesome.
I've been holding off on the wings. That's been the funnest part of the whole thing.
Right on.
Being able to get into those wings.
Well, there you go. Save the best part for the last part.
And now that those lights are off and they're not shining and glaring across it, you can see all the little stuff in here too, even though it's not as prominent as here.
Right
It
on.
completely fades off by here and mostly by here. So,
Right.
but yeah,
Right.
there's little tiny dabs of blue. I think I'm gonna hit that just after because it just needs to be dry.
Right on. Right on.
Or I might just save it for tomorrow morning.
Hey, you can do that too.
Yeah, this has been a long haul, but it's done now.
Right on.
Oh no, there's one more thing I gotta do.
Dan says it totally kicks ass. I agree.
One more thing I gotta do.
All right.
There's always one more thing, right?
Always one more thing, man.
There's one spot I gotta soften on the girl.
Mm.
I noticed it earlier, but I wanted to get all the rest of the stuff done.
Right on.
The small thing, basically. I want to soften this. Because it's so bright, it takes away.
Right on. Yeah, Dan, you have a good night, man. Take it easy. There you go. I said, there you go.
Those spots are never as easy as just one path. I also don't want it to be the only orange spot in the whole thing, you know?
Right on.
It's gonna force me to get out the thinner just for one spot, right?
Thinner. Yes.
Well, maybe it'll do it. It's in a little water. Nope, it just doesn't want to do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's much more like I wanted.
All right.
All right, that's it.
Yes, sir. Let's get another view.
Cthulhu II.
Coming at you. It's been a long haul, man, but it looks great.
Here we go.
Very groovy, man. I'm going to enlarge that and take a screenshot of it.
I'm gonna enlarge it.
Hey, Bixby. Damn it. Hey, Bixby. Man, she won't screenshot nothing off of YouTube. She never does, man. Damn it, man.
He's boycotting. All right, I'm gonna kill the stream. That's
All
it.
right, everybody. Y'all have a good night. Love, peace, and chicken grease. We're out of here. God bless.
God bless and have a good night.
Yeah, yeah.